Boys. Boys, what to do, Mac? How we doing, Mikey? Is it something? They literally say it's something. It's got to be something.
Legacy lead producer
they say it's
on
something.
Diablo. Be sure to tune into Diablo's 30th anniversary spotlight on February 11th. We will have major updates across all of our games to share, including Diablo 2 Resurrected. We'll announce
literally major updates across Diablo 2 Resurrected.
Second class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. Plus, dive deeper into its endgame.
This is what I really want to take a look at, obviously. I'm going to just let this play on repeat for a while, and we're all just going to kind of scream about it. Enhance. Not that way, though. Enhance. Enhance. Zoom. Enhance. Can I download this?
Game features and system updates that we announced in December. As we're heading into Diablo's 30th year, there's a lot we want to share with you, and more to come. Hi, I'm Matthew Cedarquist.
Matthew Cedarquist, a Bostonian just like me, missing his Sitco hat. Fucking love Matt Cedarquist. I mean, we played with him on the first season of D2R. Matt's fucking goated. Matt is goated out of his gourd. This kid plays more Diablo than any of us. It's nice to see what his actual title is now. Lead legacy producer. So we're taking, you know, everything that isn't Diablo 4 and putting this under the umbrella of legacy, right? Well, Diablo 4 and Diablo Immortal.
Legacy lead producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune into Diablo's
one of the people that follows me on Twitter, it quotes here goes, it sounds a lot like MacroBioBoi. And hold on, it's
30th anniversary spotlight on February 11th. We will have major updates across all of our games to share, including Diablo 2 Resurrected. We'll announce the second class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred.
Lord of Hatred.
Dive deeper
fucking Lord of Hatred, kid. Kid, are you excited about Lord of Hatred? How the fuck are you? You look stupid. What up, Raphael? There are people in the room who actually play the game? Yeah. I mean, I can't stress this enough. All of the devs play the game. This like weird, they don't narrative founded on nothing and supported by nothing and just weird has always kind of pissed me off. The Boston is wicked strong in this one. What up, B&T?
System updates that we announced in December.
That we announced in December, kid.
30th year.
It's crazy he's not saying kid after every other thing that he says here.
Have some Bezos bucks.
Yo, Pyromite, thank you very much for the 4 months of Bezos bucks. I appreciate you.
Be sure to tune into Diablo's 30th anniversary spotlight.
30th anniversary.
February 11th. We will have major updates.
I've been on a stage like this, so I'm not sure where they shot this, right? But if it's similar to the place where we shot in the Xbox studios, this man is sweating right now. He is surrounded in high power, ultra bright lights.
across all of our games to share,
including Diablo 2 Resurrected.
We'll announce the second class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred.
Lord of Hatred. I need more people saying Lord of Hatred. Ah, fuck, kid. New class coming to the Lord of Hatred. What do you think it is, huh?
Plus, dive deeper into its endgame.
So we have the Herodric Cube. This is the Herodric Cube.
System updates.
Yes, this is the Herodric Cube in a place, like you will go to it. That's not exactly what I was expecting. Huh. And they have the see what could be here symbol. Hold on. I just want to make sure that's the same symbol. Lord of Hatred. Diablo 4's next expansion, Lord of Hatred. Now, if the leaks can... Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If the leaks can be believed, and it is a warlock, if I need Matt Cedarquist saying warlock, that's what I need in my life. I don't want to hear anybody else say it. I want to say him. I want him to say warlock. Fucking. I didn't even say fucking warlock. That's what I need. That cube looks like another idea from D3. It's distinctly the Herodric Cube from Diablo 2. That's not speculation. It is the Herodric Cube from Diablo 2. Some of y'all didn't play Diablo 2 and it shows. Fucking warlock kid. That's what I need. Big ifs. That's what I need. People ask me, what do I know about Diablo 2? I have not been shown anything about Diablo 2. I can say that. I do not have an NDA for Diablo 2 news. I have not been showed Diablo 2 stuff. I don't know. I don't know if people have been. Hold on. This is the same thing, right? Oh no, it's a different eye. Where is this eye from? What's that from? What is that symbol? Have we seen this symbol in the game before? That's what I thought this was. Hold on. PTI analysis. Have we seen this eye before? Anywhere?
My magics await your return.
Am I crazy? Am I loco in La Cabeza? What is this eye symbol? When I try to do a Boston accent, I just go into JFK. My fellow Americans. JFK actually uses the Harvard accent, which is what the modern day Boston accent is derived from. JFK going to Harvard. Harvard accent. My fellow Americans. Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. This picked up D2R because some fucking random guy on YouTube forced me to make a strafe song. I know, some fucking idiot. Well, I mean, we can see the skill tree at least a bit here. And as far as we can tell, just like,
as
no.
we're heading deeper into its endgame feature class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred.
Lord of Hatred.
Dive deeper into its endgame features and system.
I thought we saw this eye somewhere. Is this eye not anywhere else in the game? Working on the Amazon right now. Let's go. What's next? Set Armor? They're distinctly not doing Set Armor. They're doing this Set Talisman. If Ama is pot... Guys, I guess I wouldn't mind so much. I wouldn't mind so much about, like, the just hatred of anything that's Diablo 3. But, like, at least hate stuff that's real and that that isn't immediately easily disprovable. You know? Like, be a hater, but be a fucking reputable hater. Also, just because it was in Diablo 3 doesn't make it bad. Just like if it was in Diablo 2, it wasn't bad. Or if it was in fucking Risk, the board game, it isn't bad. What are we gonna get next? Set gear? Well, no, so they said that talismans are sets. They're like a separate thing, so you don't have to be forced to like wear gear just because it's in a set. Well, what fucking else are they gonna give us? Monsters to kill called Diablo? Oh, yeah, probably eventually. So it's a different eye icon from that. Also, I can see them in my inventory. I don't know why I went looking for them. It's a different eye. What up, Vinmo? How are we doing? It's a very good day. We got some news. We got some teasers.
In December, as we're heading into Diablo's 30th year, there's a lot we want to share.
Not bad, just wanted different. I think a lot of things are different, right?
Hi,
but there's only so many things you can do in an
Legacy
ARPG.
lead producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune into Diablo's 30th anniversary spotlight on February 11th, where we'll have major updates across all of our games to share, including Diablo 2 Resurrected. We'll announce the second class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred.
Like, where does the concept of I want different, like, there's this idea that different is better, and that new is better, and that we want to be experiencing a new thing. I agree. I would like to be experiencing new things. But where's this differentiator, right? So, like, it's probably isometric. It's probably demon-based. It's probably same lore. It's probably same world. It's probably similar classes. It's probably items have colors and rarity. And there's probably farming monsters to get specific items. And then there is probably mapping, right? Because, like, mapping is kind of like a paradigm of it. So the idea of, like, different good, I get. But it's like the moment that something is the same, it is, like, inherently bad. But if most things weren't the same, you wouldn't have the language of the game, nor of the, like, every person who has an opinion is not a pedestal of all opinions. But there are actually a lot of people who don't want this game to be different at all. They just want to be playing Diablo 2, but in 2026. And the question becomes,
Plus,
are they more or less
deeper into
wrong?
its endgame
Or maybe
features
we should take some kind of middle ground where there's, like, clearly things that work and clearly things that don't work, and we should seek to, like... They're calling these new features, but they're just reskinned features from the previous game. Who is calling what new? Did the developers say there's a brand new idea called Kill Streak? When did they say that? Why are we holding them responsible for things that never came out of their mouth? What up, Miku? Thank you very much for the raid. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. I appreciate you. We're mostly just fanboying over my boy Cedar Quest. Hi, how you doing? My name is MacroBioBoi. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Maxwell, and if you didn't know, I'm from Boston. If you also didn't know, Matthew Cedarquist is also from Boston, so that's why we sound the same. So we're mostly just geeking out over him saying Lord of Hatred, which is just what I would hear down in Boston Commons if anybody down there knew what Diablo 4
I'm
was.
Matthew Cedarquist, legacy lead producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune
What
in
music
to
am I
Diablo's
into? Like
30th
any metal? I'm into power
Spotlight
metal,
on
mostly.
February 11th, where we'll have major updates across all of our games.
Did we
to share,
confirm the cube is going to do what it did in
2
Diablo 3? It's not the Diablo 3 cube. We didn't confirm that because it's not the cube from Diablo 3. The cube in Diablo 3 is Kanai's cube. The cube in Diablo 2 was the Herodric cube. The Herodric cube is purely a crafting cube where you put stuff in and you get pseudo-randomized, like templated type items out of it. And they have confirmed that this is the Herodric cube as a new crafting system in the game. Other than that, we don't know anything else, other than they showed putting a weapon in and 2 runes and it coming out all fiery. 617, baby! Yeah. Thought you were a death and metal guy. Power metal, death counts. So I listen to a lot of different stuff. I listen to predominantly rap and hip hop, EDM, power metal, and other than that, just like a lot of vibey, fast music. So like very recently, who did I go see who I actually didn't really care about, but I actually had a very good time? Dicks, hold on. Who did I just go see? Who like I never cared about, but I actually had a blast. Does anybody remember who I went and saw? Oh, fucking Blind Guardian. Blind Guardian. And they also had an opener called Insiferium, which is also very, very good. Yeah. Malik, thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome on in, friend. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Blind Guardian was awesome. They put on a really good show. Now they're like older and like the front man can do 2 moves, but the music itself was very good. Yeah. Features should have been in the game from the beginning. So what I find very interesting, Cram. And let me take like a less aggressive tone here. There are two sides of the argument which you are currently making, which is that it is bad that they are parading these things as if they are new. And I want to see new things in the game, but they aren't parading them as they're new. And the statement they should have already have been in the game means it sounds like you actually you would expect them to have all the same old stuff. So this is a little bit discordant. Right? This is why I asked the question, when is new good and when is old good, and why do we arbitrarily draw this line as an attempt to devalue either? Did they already reveal the new class? We have no. So this is what they've given. They've given us this teaser, so now we're just chatting about it.
Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. Plus, dive deeper into its endgame features and system
what up,
updates
Zendefta?
that we announced in December. As we're heading into Diablo's 30th year, there's a lot we want to share with you, and more to come. Hi, I'm
So it's like the devs didn't say, hey, this hot, brand new, never before seen ARPG mechanic is going to be the season mechanic, kill streaks. They said, hey, we're trying kill streaks in Diablo 4 just to kind of see what's going on. Is that fun?
We'll announce the second class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. Plus, dive deeper into its endgame features and systems.
And then I want to look at this skill tree. So I'm just going to play this like 2 or 3 more times and not talk over it so people can hear it so that they have context for what we're doing.
There's a lot we want to share with you, and more to come. Hi, I'm Matthew Cedarquist, Legacy Lead Producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune into Diablo's 30th Anniversary Spotlight on February 11th, where we'll have major updates across all of our games to share, including Diablo 2 Resurrected. We'll announce the second class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. Plus,
long time to the 11th, 6 days.
And system updates
next Wednesday
in December. As we're heading into Diablo's 30th year, there's a lot we want to share with you, and more to come.
I hope Matt doesn't watch the stream. Matt and I, I would say that we're good working associates. I'd call him my friend. I'm not trying to be too particular for him, right? I like Matt a lot. I need Matt to never see me geek out. There's just no other fucking Bostonians, all right? And nobody else sounds like us. And then, obviously I get to benefit from it, right? It's a nice little icebreaker. I get to toss it out there. People like it, whatever. But also it's a little bit like Dance Monkey Dance. And I'm just like, there's other people out there and they do sound like us. And they're out there and they're just talking. And they're talking about Lord of Hatred.
Hi, I'm Matthew Cedarquist, Legacy Lead Producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune into Diablo.
He is trying his best, though. I'm not trying to say he's code switching at all. He is trying his best, though. Hold on.
Diablo's 30th Anniversary Spotlight on February 11th, where we'll have major updates across all of our games to share, including Diablo 2 Resurrected. we'll announce the second class for
Sharon's
Diablo
caring,
4,
kids.
Lord of Hatred. Plus, dive deeper into its endgame features and system updates that we announced in December. As we're heading into Diablo's 30th year, there's a lot we want to share with you, and more to come. Hi, I'm Matthew Cedergrist, Legacy Lead Producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune into Diablo's 30th Anniversary Spotlight on February 11th, where we'll have major updates across
all the Diablo franchise. You had any D2R secrets? I can say, full face, looking you in the eyes, I have not been made privy to any NDA information about Diablo 2 Resurrected.
That we announced in December. As we're heading
If
into
there's
Diablo's
stuff,
30th
it's not my
year,
stuff.
There's a lot we want to share with you, and more to come. Hi, I'm Matthew Cedergrist, Legacy Lead Producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune
Major
into Diablo's
updates coming to
30th
D2R.
Anniversary Spotlight
Major
on February
updates.
11th, where we'll have major updates
Major
across
updates.
all of our games to share, including Diablo.
So here's what's crazy. We know that the major updates for Diablo 4 is talking about the expansion. Where can we see the full? This is the full video.
Resurrected.
It's
We'll
33
announce
seconds.
The second class for Diablo 4,
This is what we got.
Lord of Hatred. Plus, dive deeper into its endgame features and system updates that we announced in December. As we're heading into Diablo's 30th year, there's a lot we want to share with you, and more to come.
Huge. Do I think the new class is going to be wicked good? I hope so. I cannot share my opinion about the new class as I've seen the new class. Okay. So we clearly have the Necromancer skill tree. We still have Reap, Decompose, Hemorrhage, and Bone Splinters. We have 3 different Reaps, 3 different Decomposes, 3 different Hemorrhages, 3 different Bone Splinters. And then we have these like minor bonuses. This is Corpse Color. This is Bone Color. Can I get a higher res picture of this? Hold on.
11, where we'll have major updates across all of our games to share, including Diablo 2 Resurrected. We'll announce the second class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. Plus, dive.
I feel like I'm taking the comments the wrong way. Maybe. Yeah, I guess. Okay. So like just to give you some context, Cram, and this is now just like I guess a personal conversation with a single YouTube commenter. So the structure of they are pretty much slow rolling everything in D3 through armor loadout. Like that's not a D3 thing, right? Like we get the idea that like an armory isn't like a D3 thing. This is just like a modern day valuable like structure in ARPGs. Greater Rifts, absolutely, they did Greater Rifts. Kill Streak as a seasonal mechanic. What's next? Set armor. Like that construction of a sentence seems very down on those ideas, and that in doing this is a bad thing. What's next? Set armor is like, what's next? They'll dance together is generally how that kind of like sentence structure gets utilized. Then it's inside of the context of the idea of like, is new good or is old good? Should have been in the game from the beginning. And that they're calling these new features, but they're just reskin features from a previous game, which like, again, they're not calling them new features at all. Like they've never said this is a new thing coming to the game. So it seems like there is a context within which these things are bad and you are disliking them. I don't know how else to take that because that's what those words say, but absolutely, I don't want to be putting words into your mouth. I can be misinterpreting what you're saying, and you're saying that it's the opposite. So I will no longer, I will no longer hang any any lanterns on it. But that's typically how those words get used in common parlance to indicate like tone and sentiment. Can I zoom enhance this? Adjust. Sharpening. And then vibrance, maybe? Will vibrance help? Vibrance won't help. Not exposure. Contrast? I'm trying to get a sense of what color these things are. So like this is like clearly red, right? Maybe saturation is what I'm looking for. Minor saturation helps. Kind of just turns everything red though. What major change could they bring to D1 though? Oh, I don't believe that D1 is in the running at all. I messed with exposure. It's not getting me deeper. That doesn't help. I mean, I think this is the best that we're going to do. From here to here is clearly better, right? Here to here, here to here, here to here, here to here. Yeah, okay. This is part of the updated skill tree. So we're seeing the 4 basic skills, 3 like skill variants, it looks like. Like now your bone splinters is this. Now your bone splinters is this. Now your bone splinters is this. And then you'd love to see shared stash for classic. I get that. I think that's against the idea of what classic is meant to be. Classic is purely nostalgia bait. It is there for people who want to experience the original Diablo 2. And iterating on that, I think, is a bad move. I don't disagree, but I think it would be disservicing to the individuals who can't ever go get that experience in modern hardware. I think that's mostly up to like modders to do. So we also see Bone Spear. This one looks more red. Does this one look kind of green? Like, look, I know I sound psychotic, but like, is this Corpse Spear now? Is this Blood Spear, but in the tree? Also 6 out of 12 ranks. Only taking 1 of these. So not taking 2, so this looks like a decision. This one clearly looks green. Can poison be coming back to Necro? No, not at all. Green means corpse. We have a green color in our skill tree. It's for corpse skills. We have the Roger Cube and we have the Talismans. I want to know what this eye is really badly. Also, did we have to like super duper cut these down and then post them to like a shorts format just so that I get shitty quality? Like, is this just to make us upset?
Features and system updates that we announced in December, as we're heading deeper into its endgame features and system.
So this is a video from the skill tree. This is not a still of the skill tree because you can see the blood is moving. That doesn't really mean anything. It's just interesting.
Dive deeper into its endgame features and systems.
That must mean these are all from in-game, so.
Updates that we announced in December. As dive deeper into its endgame features and system updates that we announced in December. Plus, dive deeper into its endgame features.
There are blog posts. There's a very, very short one here. Prepare to witness the next chapter of Diablo 4 on February 11th. Tune in for a Diablo 30th anniversary spotlight where we'll unveil the next class arriving at Lord of Hatred, a new force in Sanctuary that will reshape how you fight, survive, and master the battlefield. Also dive deeper into major updates to skill trees and new in-game systems that were first revealed in December. Dude, 30th anniversary of Diablo is so crazy. Like, I was 5. Wild. Oh, no problem, Crossinated. Thank you very much for checking out the videos. I'm glad they helped. In Google Nano Banana? What's Nano Banana? Like, I used to play D1 with a trainer on that would allow me to put items on any piece of gear I wanted. Image AI editor? Oh, I don't use AI. Yeah, I'm one of those people. Somebody who doesn't want to give credence to the people ruining our lives to make money. For the first time on Twitch, earn the Mark of Diablo and wear your Dark Allegiance proudly across platform from February 11th to February 25th. It's free. Oh, it's not a money constraint for me. It is giving Google more incentive to harm the planet to produce a tool that nobody needs. What could the eye be from? I mean, the eye could be from a lot of things. The thing is, what does it do in that menu UI is what I'm interested in. I've stopped giving you reasons to love you. I don't know, man. I'm just a radical leftist and grew up poor, so I got empathy. That's my secret trick. I grew up poor. Up to any eligible streamer in the Diablo 4 category to unlock this exclusive Gothic badge reserved for those who answer the call. So hold on, we finally get to have a Diablo badge to show off against our Val Orb badges. Let's go. And then they'll do a Sanctuary Discord follow-up at 2 p.m. PST. Hold on. Wait. Oh, February 12th. This is the next day. Oh. Can somebody help you get Beastfall boots in the regular season? I don't know. Does anybody have free Beastfall boots for Nutty Buddy? How do you get the Diablo badge? You sub to an eligible streamer in the Diablo 4 category for over a 2-week period. If you watch the short on mobile, oh, I can see. Hold on.
legacy lead producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune into Diablo's 30th anniversary spotlight on February 11th, where we'll have major updates across all of our games to share, including Diablo 2 Resurrected. We'll announce the second class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. Plus,
Lord of Hatred.
dive deeper into its endgame features and system updates that we announced in February.
Oh, how long have I been muted? Sosa, thank you very much for the follow. And then for Springbok, surprised you're not playing No Rest for the Wicked. When the game first came out, I actually generally disliked it. And I wanted to give it another shot, but at least one of its like lead directors is like an absolute loony bin who does 12-year-old like rage bait engagement farming. In the moment that he stops pretending as if he's already revolutionized a gaming genre that they have made a single early access game in, then maybe I'll give it some consideration. But like, I tried to give that game like 2 or 3 shots, and I very much disliked it every time. But I assume that they've made like pretty big steps forward because I was playing when it first came out. I find it weird that these modifiers, because these look like primary modifiers, right? These are like minor modifiers, are skill tag colored. Like this might just be, you know, whatever. But no, this is in-game because you can see it moving. So there is at least a build with this. By 6 out of 12? You can put 12 points into the skill now. Which, if you think about the question, like, what does a skill tree look like if you have no passives, but more skill points than we have right now, then it's like, you gotta put more points in skills, right? There's not really anything else. Because if you can make one decision here, one decision here, one decision here, let's just say that's the truth. It's 1, 4 points. Then you have 6 skills. So it's 4 points per skill. Would be 24. If you could only put 5 in, so 5, 6, 7, 8, would be 48 points. So like, what do you do with the rest of them? I guess you put more skill points in. Then we got Bone Spear down here, which again, this one looks purple to me. Class system coming up with Necromancer being one of them. That's cool. Hold on, what does class system mean though? I thought the whole point of No Rest for the Wicked was it was actually just like weapon arts. Are they doing classes now? Is No Rest for the Wicked doing classes? Wasn't that one of the ways in which they were taking inspiration from Pee-wee but saying they were revolutionizing the genre? And like weapon arts were just from FromSoft? See, this is, I don't need to be like a pissy little bitch about it, but like, if you haven't followed the guy on Twitter, they talk a very big game for making an ARPG with kind of Souls-like combat where they bite a bunch of things from a bunch of different games. Which is fine. The whole point is that you should be inspired by other games, but it was this like holier than thou, like, no, you guys don't understand it. We are revolutionizing the genre. And it's like, but we start with making a game and then we'll talk about revolutionizing the genre. And then it's so funny because like a lot of what he talks about is the genre is now too warped. We need to get back to like what made Diablo great. And I'm like, so are we trying to go back to legacy or are we trying to do something completely new? Like, what are we, which one of these two things are we trying to accomplish? It doesn't matter. Yeah, it looks like when you're doing in certain cut stories. Yeah, this is the eye icon. Like, this doesn't really matter. I just want to know like what in the menu this accomplishes. Like, so, you know, something along the lines, you put something here, it unlocks these, you put stuff here, this is how you build a set. And then clicking here, does this show you like what the set's effect on your character is? Neighboring nodes from different skill nodes would connect. That's not a bad idea. I don't know exactly what that would then look like, but that's a cool idea. That's getting dangerously close to synergies. And I never liked synergies. Don't follow the guy, just play the game. Yeah. If you like to, like, if you don't want to have to think about at all, like, who is developing the game, absolutely do not follow him. Like, sincerely. Turn me off super hard. All right. Eye looks like a visibility toggle. All right, so I tried to go look everywhere and actually can't. I don't believe this icon is currently used in the game. Because this isn't the enchanting screen eye. That's actually a different eye. I went and looked. No rest for the wicked guy being stupid. No, right now he's just like, being very grateful, right? While having an AI gen profile picture showing him doing coke and romanticizing crunch time, a thing that like in the larger context and the larger conversation around game development is like largely being lambasted, but sure, whatever. You're your own boss, so you can crunch yourself for sure, but I don't know. I think it's a bit off the mark. Yeah, so it's a different icon. It's also an eye, but it's just a different eye. So it's not this. Okay, so I get, yeah, Cam. I think there's like a little importance to understand that like communicating when something is being added to a game does make it new to that game without saying we have now invented something in the ARPG space. Don't look behind the curtain. But yeah, that's pedantry at that point, but where a sword gets like a fire, maybe it's just if you want to show it or not on your character. This is the talisman. This is not the cube. This is the cube. This is the only thing that we saw from the cube here. This is the talisman system. I can't really derive anything else from this. Does anybody fall into the trap that once you see the PTR, you can't enjoy the current game? Oh, all the time. For sure. Luckily, the PTR comes out when I am done playing the season. So for me, it's just like getting to play the game for a little bit longer and think about the game more. The sneak meter. Yo, shouts to Oblivion. But yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and be hyphy about this. Okay. So if you are a Diablo 2 nerd and you haven't heard about it yet, we got a really big teaser coming from one of my favorite devs across the Diablo franchise, who's Matt Cedarquist, my buddy, my boss, my dude with the same accent as me. So inevitably we're brothers. But the important thing, and I am now going to be stuck in my Boston accent. You got to deal with it. But the important thing to call out here is that it's exciting across multiple games. And then there is one thing that I want to dig into way too much that I'm not really going to be able to derive a whole ton of meaning out of. But damn it, I want to do speculation, and it's just hyphy to be a Diablo fan right now. So I'm going to go ahead and run the entire video for you so you can see all of it. We're going to go ahead and dive into the things that we can look at, that we can see, and try to break down something about it. Or at least for me, try to come up with what this possibly means for what the build guides will have to look like in the expansion, because everything that I do in my life has to be part of my work. But let's go ahead and listen to Cedarquist, because this is just such a good time to be a Diablo fan right now.
Hi, I'm Matthew Cedarquist, Legacy Lead Producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune.
I'm going to bump this up all the way and maybe deal with it in post if it's too loud.
Hi, I'm Matthew Cedarquist, Legacy Lead Producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune into Diablo's 30th Anniversary Spotlight on February 11th. We will have major updates across all of our games to share, including Diablo 2 Resurrected. We'll announce the second class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred, plus dive deeper into its endgame features and system updates that we announced in December.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to cut in real quick. Lord of Hatred sounds like any random dude just walking around the commons after getting screamed at by a random local who's saying that the end times are coming. And I love the idea of just a bunch of Bostonians walking around talking about Diablo 4 and saying, kid, you hear anything about Lord of Hatred? It's wicked awesome. All right, back to Cedarquist.
As we're heading into Diablo's 30th year, there's a lot we want to share with you, and more to come.
Alrighty, so the quick there, right? So major updates coming to Diablo 2 Resurrected. Obviously, we know that an entire expansion is coming out for Diablo 4, so it's nice to know that on this day, we're going to be seeing the reveal of the new class. Obviously, a ton of people are speculating. A lot of people are, seeing supposed leaks out there, but it's very good to know that, like, come this time next Wednesday at the time of my recording, we're going to be seeing this information. But obviously, a lot of people have been wondering, with the Diablo 30th anniversary, with the big teaser from last year saying, if you thought you've seen everything, just wait for what's going to come, the chaos that's going to come. And then they went kind of completely radio silent. So it sounds like, as we're doing these spotlights across the different franchises, that they have been saving up all this Diablo news here. So obviously, I think we're going to hear stuff about Diablo Immortal as well. They don't really touch on it here because I think they know that a lot of people who are going to be psyched about this kind of announcement kind of don't want to hear about Diablo Immortal, but I imagine it's in there as well. But the big thing that we saw in the middle of there is actually, so it's not even just a still frame, it is actually in-game animation from a skill tree, from the Heraldric Cube itself, and from what looks like the Talisman system. So looking at the skill tree, oddly enough, and maybe, hey, shout outs to them, giving me a little bit of a bone here.
Deeper into its
but this skill tree is definitively the Necromancer skill tree. So let's go ahead and look at this image a little bit high-resed and a little bit color saturation swapped, because I want to call out some of the things in here, because a lot of us are hanging a lot of hope on the skill tree finally being transformative. And if the level of complexity here is to be determinable, then I think we have something good to look forward to. So let's go ahead and pull up this image and the way that we have modified it to try to get a little bit more information here. So welcome to my amazing CSI Zoom Enhance powers here. So what are we looking at on the left? We have the Necromancer skill tree. So this is Reap, Decompose, Hemorrhage, and Bone Splinters. Now, from what we can see of the construction and how they have put points into the skill tree here, we have 6 out of 12. We're basically believing that at this point, passives are probably leaving the tree. This is now the second part of the tree that we've seen. We don't see any of the passives, although that being said, on the Necromancer tree, the passives actually would have been below here and up to the left over here. But at least from what we're looking at right now, we don't immediately see them. And the question becomes, if we, let's say we're going higher level, let's say we're getting more skill points, or at least with the skill points that we currently have, with only 6 skills and making 3 determinations and only putting 5 points in, that means that each skill on our skill bar would only be 8 points. 8 times 6 is 48. That leaves over a bunch of skill points. So where do you put them? It makes sense that we are putting more skill points into each individual skill. Now, what's also interesting about that, though, is that obviously items are going to have to change, because not only if, let's say, passives are going away just entirely, let's say we're right about that, then the ranks to skills on items are generally very valuable because there aren't as many options for direct scalability or multipliers. But if we're putting this many points into our skills, that means that skill ranks on items become less valuable, because the more that you increase a single bucket of damage, the less that you get out of it. It's just inherently diminishing returns at that point. So putting a total of 12 skill points into each skill is not the most interesting unless we consider the fact that, at least for our ultimate skills, reaching certain skill rank breakpoints give them additional damage scaling. So maybe we would see something here where we actually get tiers of skill ranks. If you didn't know, coming from Diablo 2, where we put up to 20 points into a skill, there are actually different tiers where how much scaling you get at each tier is different. This is a nuance that's mostly lost on the majority of players because you kind of just max out every skill that you want. But that being said, what it did mean is that at different points in your progression, putting more points here versus putting points into the synergy were differently valuable. So if we could get something here where a certain number of skill points get you up to a certain breakpoint where either more scaling or different abilities are unlocked per skill, I think that could be very interesting. It would also re-add in value to skill ranks on gear if they're going to continue to be there. So that's a lot of just kind of like what could be happening here, a lot of speculation here. But that's something I'd be very interested to see. Then we look again at how they've constructed this. So if you look very closely, and I actually mess around with the exposure slider, it's very difficult to see, especially if you are colorblind. But as we bring in more and less exposure, the differences in color here, which gets a little bit washed out from not just quite literally not being able to up-res this anymore. This was from a short format video, so it's already a bit compressed. But you can see that there are distinct colors. I think it's really easy to call it out right here, where Hemorrhage has some option where this is clearly purple and this is clearly red. Not only that, but by messing with the various color sliders and saturations, I believe that Bone Spear down here also has a purple coloration on this node. So if we were to just kind of look at it and go, okay, what does this mean? We are picking some kind of minor modifiers on the sides here. It looks like you can have one of each. I imagine they would have put both points into them if they could. Maybe they can't. Who knows? And picking of one of these 3 different, like this is the same decompose icon. So this is decompose 1, decompose 2, decompose 3. We get a little bit of this right now, most notably in the Paladin skill tree. Like if we look at how the Paladin skill tree is currently structured, clearly it was built with future structures in mind. But if we look at it here, while we don't get to pick multiple modifiers, this is your tip of the spear version of Divine Lance. This is your Zealous Joust, turning into a Zealot skill version of Divine Lance. I think looking at what Spiritborn skill tree was kind of getting to, where there was a lot of overlap of changing skills into different things, the Paladin skill tree clearly has to be the like beta version, or the 1.0 version of what is coming with the skill tree change, and that's what we're seeing here as well. So I would imagine that each one of these is some kind of like vastly different version of these skills. Maybe they're just stronger. Maybe they change them into a different skill type. The purple hint of color down here with Bone Spear also is like very in line with how Bone Spear has been modified by uniques and aspects in the past. So clearly we can throw on our unique pants that turns Bone Spear into a blood skill. If I had to guess, this one is slightly red. It's just difficult to see here. And this one being purple is something more in lines with like Decaying Humorous, which makes your darkness skills do shadow damage. So if I'm a betting man, what I see here is at least hints of a lot of that customization that we were looking for, that we are hoping for, and what we realistically wanted the base skill tree to be able to offer. And we can a little bit infer what that means for like uniques and aspects, what could and could not be happening here. But even just this alone has me very excited for what is possible. And if, again, it's very in line with the Paladin here, where Advance gains you more fervor stacks, or it's now a juggernaut skill, or now it's a disciple skill. I think that's very much what we're seeing here. The other things to kind of call out here, although these ones are a lot harder to really infer what this means, the coloration here is the bone skill coloration. Shout outs to people who are colorblind. I am very sorry. But if you didn't know, there is a very clear color map to skills. So green in our skill tree has classically been corpse explosion, with hewed flesh being a passive, which generates corpses. So this is like a corpse passive being available here. We also have the generic kind of off brown, which doesn't mean it's tied to anything in particular, but bone has a very distinct, pale or dirty white color here. So in looking here, what I see is the more generic kind of brown coloration here. I believe this is purple. I believe this is green and very corpse related, which makes sense. Reap classically has an enhancement that allows it to generate a corpse. So maybe this bonus here is the thing that says it generates a corpse when you hit something. And then this one being bone colored, I don't even really know what that could possibly mean, at least not for Reap. Because I imagine if you're going to be modifying these skills to do something different, it's probably in these bigger nodes here where it appears that you're only picking one out of the three. And then after that, that's about as much speculation as I can really do, right? Like, so over here, we do actually have the same icon or a similar icon. This icon is very bone to me. Sorry, hold on. I don't know why it's very bone to me, if I'm being honest with you. The bone ones just all kind of feel like there are skulls involved in them, which makes sense. Bones, skull is a pretty important bone, but we kind of have skulls across the board here. But this one being distinctly red as far as what hemorrhage offers you. So hemorrhage generates a blood orb. This one is fortified. This one is more attack speed. I could see this one being the generates a blood orb, or maybe explodes after picking up a blood orb. Not that I believe they're just going to try to retrofit everything that we've already seen in our skill tree, but there's clearly going to be some like base connective tissue to that. The other thing that I found a little bit interesting is that in this video, if you're watching, and I'm going to mute it just so that, Cedaquest isn't screaming here. If you watch, this is animated and this blood is moving. So this is also animated. Obviously, they would want to show off the animation of the Herodric cube here. Not the Kanai's cube, but a Herodric cube. This is a crafting system. And this here being the talisman. This is in-game footage. So this isn't a still shot. It's not a concept art. This is at least in-game. This is movement, just like you would have currently in-game. Let me open up game just to show you that. So here, blood moving in-game. That's what it looks like. So this isn't concept art, at the very least. This is in some build somewhere. So we should probably assume it's very much going to look like this. And we can kind of assume that this coloration that I'm really harping on is indicative of, in this build's functionality, of what we should expect. So the same kind of color coding, being able to map skills to functionalities for other like skill archetypes is very good. More interconnective tissue between skills. And hopefully that is what we're getting. The Necromancer especially has been long overdue for a skill tree that cares at all about doing anything other than turning things into darkness skills and then giving them shadow damage scalars and the ability to overpower. So I'm hoping that we see a lot more of that here. Obviously, we're not exactly sure what we're going to see on the 11th. They do say that they're going to be talking about this in the blog post. I'll also just link the blog post and I'll link this down below as well. But the long and short is actually kind of important. Diablo's finally getting Twitch badges, which is sick. I think the PoE Val Orb Twitch badges have been awesome. I really, really wanted. I think those are like super duper cool. Is it Val Orb? Or was it Val Orb? Now it doesn't matter. I forget. They got an orb. I want a cool Diablo badge. So to receive that Diablo badge between February 11th, 2 p.m. PST, and February 25th, if you are subscribing to any of the eligible people who are streaming in the category. So any of your favorite Diablo partners, obviously. And I think generally these are open to anybody streaming in Diablo, but definitely go ahead and make sure in that channel if they have it set up so that you'll receive it. Don't sub until you know that that's going to happen, obviously. you're going to unlock the badge so we can go show our allegiance across the platform of Twitch. But after that as well, the next day, February 12th, they're going to be doing a Sanctuary Discord sit down. Now, these are one of the ways in which they're getting like more direct information and more directly answering questions. I think I can include a link to the Sanctuary Discord as well if you're not in there, but these are actually really good. I really liked these. They're a lot less formal, and they're just quite literally taking questions from people asking stuff in the Discord and responding to them. So I'd like to see what kind of information is going to be available in those. This is like a general new format where they're just trying to be more integrated with the online community. So obviously not everybody has Discord, but a lot of people will tend to cover this as well. If there's a lot of juicy details in there, I'll record it and I'll cover it, and I'll post a follow-up video just to get that out to people who don't necessarily want to deal with Discord. Somebody remind me to do that. I got to remember to do that. But there you go. A whole lot of me talking about a single picture from my best boy, Matt Cedarquist. Really excited. Also knowing that this guy is kind of behind the helm on everything Legacy, so I assume that this covers anything in the future they may ever do at Diablo 1. A Diablo 1 remake would be insanely exciting. I don't think it's going to pull in the kind of numbers that people think it would, but I think it would just be really cool for the genre and for the fan base to have something like that. So maybe, hey, Matt, see if you can talk to them about that. But he's clearly at the helm of D2, and I would assume D3 at this point as well. So it's just great to see my boy there. Let me know what you think. Sorry that this was a lot of rambling, but it's just really, really exciting in this time to be a Diablo fan, most notably a Diablo 4 fan, and obviously a Diablo 2 fan. I've recently got like invigorated. I actually like posted a Diablo 2 build guide recently if you haven't seen it. So I'm just really stoked to be a fan right now, and being able to kind of kibitz about kind of stuff like this. I don't know. You call it a waste of time, call it whatever, call it copium. But for me, at the very least, it's just really exciting. That's enough of me yapping though. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you're new here, subscribe to the channel, leave a like on it, leave a comment down below with what you think. Think I'm crazy, you think I'm overdoing it, or you think I missed some stuff. Let me know. I'd love to hear from you. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you on the 11th. Ramble about speculation. All right. Is there anything else? Nothing. I mean, there's nothing else about this. It's just this and this, right? I love that they say Diablo Immortal here, but not in the promotional materials. I wonder if Cedarquist was like, nah, that ain't me, boss. Boss, that ain't me. $30. Fuck, dude. I also love this art. Like, this art is beautiful. Oh, don't lose that. Oh. Is even cooler art? Oh. It's not as high res though. I wonder if this is in the press kit. Oh, another cunty Diablo. I think people would lose their minds if we got cunty Diablo. Honestly, the Diablo in D2 is kind of like epitome Diablo for me. What up, Dread? Akarat, my boy. Yeah, so he very clearly like sheds the Akarat body here. Oh, my baddie bitch Diablo. I don't disagree. Thick hip Diablo. Breedable Diablo. Diablo, you looking nubile and breedable. Okay. Now I guess we play the PTR? It's crazy. That seems crazy to me. Excuse me. Oh. What else do I want to test out? Did Affliction, did Blight, did Sever. Oh, I want to try Desecrated Ground. What's the best way of doing Desecrated Ground? I would have to test it some. You know, we never look at Desecrated Ground. You shed your body to it, just takes about 7 years. Valid.
Could you do your cooking outside? The bugs that I shield is yours.
The you are is not the you were. Rocky's new album I have. It's very good. And we get the fall off tomorrow, which is insane. Rocky's new album is very good. I'm going to be a lunatic for the fall off. I am like the biggest J. Cole did nothing wrong J. Cole lover. I go nutty for J. Cole. J. Cole is my bae. For sure. ASAP Rocky. Also, shout outs to ASAP for, I don't think he gets enough credit. I need rings. ASAP, Rocky. Hey, is that potato salad? Oh, no, you stupid idiot. I'm just trying to get cooldown reduction. Okay. Oh, gotta take off this. What up, Rob? As a big Necro fan, am I hyped for a speculative class? I'm hyped for any speculative class. But what if I told you I wasn't a Necro fan? Bum bum bum. 12.7. What if it turns out this entire time I actually just don't like the Necromancer at all? How wild would that be? Lawyers set the fee. That would be sad. No, I do like the Necromancer. But the Necromancer is not actually like my favorite aesthetic in fantasy by any means. Why did that do a different amount of damage for a second? Huh. What is my favorite aesthetic? Like across fantasy? Warlock. Why? Why is that happening? So at LARP, I like to play an immovable object fighter. That's what I like to play in games. So, like, in D&D, I'll play anything. I really like a dark bard. I like an evil cleric. I like the warlock in World of Warcraft. In EverQuest, I played fighter and necro. And trying to think of other major games where I played other stuff. I either like big stalwart fighter or evil charisma caster. But for people who have not heard me say it a million times, in World of Warcraft, I have 15,000 hours across a single character that I played for the entire time of me playing it, from when the game released up until the end of Pandaria, and that was on the Warlock. There is Mancer? Yes, very much. Druid and Shaman. I had 2 characters in World of Warcraft. Technically, I had 3 characters in World of Warcraft. I started playing on my dad's friend's account. So, well, my friend at this point. My family friend's account, where I played a dwarf hunter up to level 20. And then, obviously, I had to get my own account. And when I got my own account, I made a gnome warlock by the name of Ula, who is the Twi'lecian dancer for Jabba the Hutt in the original trilogy. And I played Ula on that server, which I don't even remember the server anymore because we moved like 2 or 3 times because my friends kept moving. I played that character for 6 or 7 years without changing it at all. And then eventually we moved to Horde. And then I was an Orc Warlock. And then we changed servers and somebody had the name Ula. So I changed my name to... Not corruption. Decay? No, no. I changed my name to something that meant like death and decay in German. But it's not that. Maybe it was Schadenfreude? I changed my character's name to a German word. And now I can't remember what that word was. Is there any way to see your character on WoW without having an account anymore? Tabletop ARPG pen? Oh yeah, I've been playing since Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Do I not have it up yet? Oh, I still have my original AD&D Deities and Demigods with the original printing where they had Cthulhu in it before they got a cease and desist. From the estate. But no, yeah, I've been playing D&D since before I could read, and Magic the Gathering since I could read. Started playing when I was like 4 or 5. Like, I used to play with Thaco. And oddly enough, reading all of like the source materials in D&D made me really good in English class, because apparently all modern American English is just saying a bunch of things the Greeks said. Moving to Horde was the best decision of your life? Not really. I like the Alliance. And I like Stormwind and Ironforge more than Orgrimmar. And the Undercity just sucks to get around, too. I hate the Undercity. What formats do I play? Nowadays, I only play EDH. But I used to play Standard, and I do have a Legacy deck. I have Mardu Aristocrats. Mostly to cycle Bloodghast as like a sack victim. With old duels, all of my duels are revised. I didn't own cards back then. I was like 5 years old. I played with my dad's cards, and he didn't have dual lands. Although I did get like a really cool collection from him. Where the most expensive card I have from him is probably Phyrexian Dreadnought. But it's just awesome to see like unlimited. Holy shit. I just got a C word stuck in my head. I couldn't remember fucking unlimited. So like a set where it's like unlimited Sengir Vampire and Fork and Lightning Bolt. And then like all the other old cards you just like Drudge Skeletons. I have the German misprint Drudge Skeleton Swamp. That's pretty cool. Phyrexian Dreadnought's actually wicked expensive, yeah. Because it's I think they're not reprinting it. Yeah, it's 160 heavily played. Which is crazy, like back when this was my most expensive card I owned, it was $20 in college, and a guy kept trying to trade me for it. And I was like, no, man, I'm not going to trade it. It was my dad's. I think it's really cool. I like it. Like, I kept all my dad's, like, cool cards. A lot of, like, the bulk, where it's like, do I need another Mons Goblin? Probably not. Yeah. Phyrexian Dreadnought. I have one copy. It's such an awesome card. Lord of Hatred. Trev, you shouldn't pull out your old deck and see what you have. You should hand me all of your Magic cards. And I'll just love them for you. And maybe get a new roof by selling them. If I could make a recommendation. You have a bunch of old duels? Stop remembering and hand me your cards. No, of course not. But I do have a dealer and I can help you move product if you need to. Okay. So there's that, and then I need to try out title, make sure it still stacks, because I haven't tested any of these in a very long time. Okay. You sold beta through Urza's collection 20 years ago? Hey man, you fucked up. Hey man. I don't know how to tell you this. And you know. You fucked up. If you fear the darkness, you've never seen what the light can do. Ooh, I like that a lot. What up, Verbitia? You went to the military and your aunt burned your cards? Hey man, that's not your aunt anymore. Well, I'm in the weird place where I would love to get rid of a lot of magic. Like, so hold on real quick. Hold on. So this is all sellable cards. This is all bulk. Oh, stole my hoodie string. This is all not bulk. This is all at least like 1/4 to a few dollars cards, right? Where I don't want to own these cards anymore. From 1,000 million sets. Here is a lot of winged slivers. These are all like see play, have use, are either in Pauper or are in like budget legacy or are good for Commander or people are looking to finish off their collections type cards. Like a cantrip that grants Shadow as like a really niche mechanic to get damage in Commander, right? Now here's the problem. As the cards get older and older, you should sell them less and less. Because there are going to be people who are like trying to finish up their collections. This, by the way, was like the first card I ever built around ever. Rabid Wombat. The first deck I ever quote-unquote made when I was a kid was like 150 cards. And it was built around Bant, revised through Chronicles cards to buff Rabid Wombat. So like Unstable Mutation and Giant Growth and Fish Liver Oil. But my thing was, I didn't really know what it meant that an enchantment was on it, so I thought if you buffed it with an instant, it had... also, just like, look at this art. Fucking, we're just talking about Magic the Gathering now. Look at Stormseeker by Mark Poole. What an insanely beautiful card. Green Burn. Also, look at... across the same printing, how irregular printing is. And then we're like, nowadays, being like, man, printing sucks. And like, it does. Quality control has gone down the tube, but like, that's the same card, same set. Remember Chronicles making you think you've pulled Arabian Nights when you haven't, you just pulled Chronicles? Aranam Jin. Dude, a 4/5 for 4? Literally insane. Who doesn't love fog? But so this is what so like, of Yanuar. How many fogs do you want? Do you want 2 different printings from like a decade apart of fog. How much fog do you want? So this is both like a bunch of like, again, like quarter cards up to a bunch of dollar cards up to like $3 or $5 cards, depending. And it's just boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes. What is this? This says, all right, let's see. 2025 low money sell. Okay. What does that mean? Let's see what's in here. First off, a bent card, so that sucks. Oh, but I clearly took apart some commander deck. These are across like 2 different commander decks. Who doesn't love the 19th reprinting of Rampaging Baloth and Thunderfoot Baloth? So I'm not exactly sure what this is from, but what do we have over here? Oh yeah, I definitely took apart some. This was Brothers War commander precons, I think. Ruinous Blast. Oh yeah. Oh, what are these doing in here? Full arts? Give me those. Those are for me to have. Sure, they've printed them so many times they don't matter anymore, but those are for me to have. Why would these ever be in this box? Oh, Combat Celebrant. This was like... This is one of those cards I should have sold right away, because like when this first came out, this was pushing up to like 5 or 15, I think. Maybe 20. And then just immediately became nothing. Oh, why are there any Final Fantasy VII cards in here at all? No, I'm keeping all of those. Company Jewel. What are these full arts doing in here? Hold on, I have to separate these. Because I'm keeping all my Final Fantasy VII printings separate because that's a limited run set. What are these doing in here? See, and this is what happens. Oh, look at how pretty. Like, this card isn't good, but like, look at how pretty it is. Just so pretty. Ooh. The Foil Monastery Swiftspear. That's pretty. But I have boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of... How many Onslaught Skirk Prospectors do you want? I have 50. How many do you want of this bad boy? How many Goblin Sledders do you want? Remember when they printed an entire set that was just monsters? How many Goblin Sledders do you want? Hello? How many Onslaught Shocks do you want? I've got 50. I think I actually have like... Oh, no, that wasn't... No, which one am I thinking of? Was it Torment? What was the... I thought it was Onslaught. Is it Torment? One of the ones in this set is just creatures. Do you want an Elvish Archdruid? You've got them. I gotta get these. Why did I? Do you want a foil Yanowar? It's pretty. But see, this is what happens. So here's what happens. I go, well, I just want to sell these, obviously. I just want to get rid of these. And then I start to go through them and I'm like, am I sure I don't want that? Like, do I not want this foil Yanowar? I do. You know what? I do want this foil Yanowar. I also want that foil Monastery Swiftspear. Why would I ever do that? Do I not want a foil Phyrexian Revoker? Why would I get rid of that? Now, sure, is foil Phyrexian Revoker worth 20 cents? Yes. Does it see no play? Yes. But a Brushland? All right, hold on. How much is Brothers War Brushland? Hold on. only 50 cents? Damn, bro. All right, you got me. Yeah, I don't need brushland that bad. Platoon dispenser? Do I have another one of these? Am I ever going to run this? Got a beautiful Strix Serenade? Strix Serenade isn't good anymore? Are we serious? Hold on. Let's go to TCG player. It's $2. What is this doing in this box? Do I not want it? I mean, it's a staple. I should have this. Did I even want to sell these cards? What is this? Oh, this is from the list. What about Ranger of Eos? Hold on. Hold on. That's nothing. Ranger of Eos doesn't matter. But this path? What a beautiful path to exile this is. Why do I want to get rid of that? I want that. Give me that back. Titania's command? Do I already have this command? I want to collect all the... I'm taking the command back too. So this is what happens. What a beautiful Vindicate, though. Who doesn't love Vindicate? Yeah, I don't care about them. A foil Springleaf Drum? Come on, man. You always want to use it. You're always like, nah, man, I'm going to put it in there. I'm going to do an infinite tap and then trigger infinite on triggered ability effects. I'm going to put Penum's Aura on it and have it generate the mana needed to untap it, and then it goes infinite. And it's like, when am I going to do that? It's not good enough. But yeah, it's just... Got some Goblin Warrens. Y'all can't see these. You got Burnout. You got Varchild's War Riders. Have you ever even seen this card? This card is insane. A 3/4 for 2. 3/4 for 2 in alliances. Trample. Rampage 1. Cumulative upkeep. Put a 1/1 in play under your opponent's control. Cumulative upkeep. But who cares? I have a 3/4 Trampler. This isn't even a problem until like 3 turns in. I'm like, look at this art. Pyrokinesis. Look at this art. Look at that. Look at that art. Why did I ever put any of the... Balduvian Hydra. Balduvian Hydra. Does anybody care about this card? No, but it's cool. What's Balduvian Hydra doing? That's 44 cents. So yeah. So this is the issue that I run into. Findhorn Elder. It taps for 2. How many Findhorn Elves do you want? Got 1 million. They've printed too many Llanowar Elves. But like Fallen Empires and Urzas. And Shadowmoor. Ice Age. Onslaught. Glad I looked in this box, though. I found a bunch of cards I wanted. Oh, horsemanship? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. So yeah. I just screamed Magic the Gathering cards. I am taking these ones back, though. I think I am taking these ones back. I should keep them. I should have a playset of foil Llanowar. And I should have a playset of foil Monastery Swiftspear. And I want to collect all the commands because I like to have themes in my binders. And I'm taking back all my goddamn full arts. Why did I ever put those over here? And a Final Fantasy VII full art? Really? Brother? They're never going to reprint that? Well, no, they're going to do another Final Fantasy VII. They sold $14 quadrillion. All right. Yes, that's the problem. It's like, when do you sell? You've been playing long enough that you lost to Varchild's War Raider in game of standard? Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, so you just never sell them. What up, Matt? How we doing? Okay. Back to what we were doing here. They do stack. I do need food. God damn it. I'm bad at this, y'all. Guys, I'm bad at being a human. The goblin mob precon from Onslaught? Yes. I got back into Magic and Shards of Alara. Season 12 will be short. The blog post basically says that. Hope to have only EDH, Modern, and Pauper. I love the idea of bringing some decks to BlizzCon. Because I know so many of you nerds play and I would love to play. I'd also like to try to convince Brian Kibler to play with me. But the idea of bringing my $5,000 EDH deck to impress everybody with my turn to infinite twiddle my whole deck and then laugh and then win, and losing that gives me nightmares beyond my wildest dreams. Because I have too much money in Magic the Gathering cards. I don't get them as investments, I get them to play. Do I have opinions about the loot filter? Not at all. I doubt you would be able to customize the beams, though. Ooh, White Loxodon? I like that a lot. EPDH is very fun. It's also just like a lot more interesting, I think. Like, when my turn one is land, Dark Writ, Soul Ring, Signet, Tutor, Senseis. Turn 2. Turn 2. What's his name? Ethereum Sculptor. Draw my whole deck. That's not interesting. So turn 1 Swamp, Dark Writ, Soul Ring, Tutor. Play the Senseis. Or I'm sorry, Signet. Play the Senseis, I Tutor. Turn 2, Ethereum Sculptor. Draw the top card from my library. Oh no, I need Mystic Forge. Where do I get Mystic Forge? Turn 1 land, Dark Writ, 3 black, Tutor, and Soul Ring into Signet. Turn 2. Sculptor. So I play my second land. So I have 2 lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. Oh no, you could do it that turn. So it goes land. 2 for Sculptor. Now Forge costs 3. I have 3 remaining. Forge, draw my whole deck. You can have all those cards in your first 8 cards, with the Tutor getting you the top. And then it's top on board, tap, top on top, look at top card, play top for free, top costs 1 less, draw whole deck. And you go, okay. I now have my entire deck. I need to get out 1 more mana rock, and then 1 more costs nothing. That allows me to play 2 rocks, to be able to play anything that says when you play an artifact, get a Thopter. Play out all of these until I have 2 of those. I've now made double Thopters. Sack whatever I need to Clan Ironworks or to alter. Get what I need to either pull out Brea to then just bolt you, or just generate infinite Thopters and take infinite turns. So it's like, what do now? Have a go on, Raphael. Like, now I've taken infinite turns. I will do this like 3 or 4 times until you're dead. That's not interesting. So I play Magic, D2R, and StarCraft. I play Magic, and I LARP, and Dungeons and Dragons, and I read fantasy, and I'm a metalhead, and I listen to rap and hip-hop, and EDM dance. I'm a white guy who can actually dance. I was a parkour instructor. I'm a scientist. I'm a speedrunner. I'm Italian American. I'm a radical leftist. I have strong opinions about pizza because my family owned and operated a pizzeria. I have a big resume. Fuck Thassa's Oracle. I think Thassa's Oracle is unfun and should be banned. OP Force of Will, you lose? I don't think that I lose. They have to have a turn 2 win, or on turn 3 you just do it again. Because Brea just runs a bunch of recursion out of the graveyard anyways. You also have redundancies. You also have Citadel of Bolas to be able to do it as well. Yo, what up, Ghost? What am I testing today? Looking at my Magic the Gathering cards and trying to prove to myself that I'd be willing to sell them. The answer is I wouldn't be. But yeah, if they even just like force like Dark Writ, it's like, okay. So you set me back 1 turn so that they then have to have a turn 1 or turn 2 win, and then you just kind of do it still. This is not actually Bloodlance, I'm sorry. I'm actually doing Desecrated Ground. Let me get rid of that for you so that you're not led astray. I know. I'm sorry.
I need more time.
Hold on. I can hear the snow melting and sliding off of my roof. So I tried to accelerate it, and it's not really working. But it is finally warm enough for the ice to start to melt. Let's go. Be good, Ferguson. Did I do Shadow Blight? I did, yes. I have it somewhere. So we have it at like 113 right now. Somewhere around there. On that short zooming.
I'm Matthew Cedarquist, Legacy Lead Producer on Diablo. Be sure to tune into Diablo's 30th Anniversary Spotlight on February 11th, where we'll have major updates across all of our games to share, including Diablo 2 Resurrected. We'll announce the second class for Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred, plus dive deeper into its endgame features and system updates that we announced in December. As we're heading into Diablo's
I think that's about the same that we got out of.
There's a lot we want to share with you, and more to come.
Out of doing this. Who's that guy? That's Matt Cedarquist. Matt Cedarquist has worked across a lot of the different games, but is like most notably over in Diablo 3, and now is now Legacy lead dev. So it looks like he kind of manages all of the not Diablo Immortal and D4 parts of the IP. Cedarquist is amazing. He is one of the best. He's just one of the best dudes I've ever worked with at the company. Love Cedarquist. Like, Cedarquist was with us on the world first 99 push in Diablo 2 Resurrected's first season. He is a massive, massive, massive gamer. You know if you have any plans for Paragon or skill only? They have said that there's updates to the skill tree. I can't imagine that there aren't changes to the Paragon, but they haven't said that. Desecrated Blood Mist? I don't know if that'll get there, but I believe in you. I believe in the you that believes in you. Do we like with the pants or not with the pants? We like with the pants because you can get chance for Bloodwave to deal double damage, and obviously Bloodwave cooldown is good. What is base? I have no cooldown reduction. Why is it 41 seconds? So, gets it down to 10 seconds. That's the lowest you can get it down to. Actually, is the cooldown... I don't know the answer to this. I should know the answer to this, and I will figure it out. I'll figure it out later. Okay. What else do we need to know about? Oh, does chance for Bloodwave to deal double damage actually work? That is a good question. $42. You can't be turning them vulnerable. The moment I did that, I was like, well, that's stupid. Why would I ever do anything ever? Oh, we should try to Bursting Bones build. '84. That's 42. But are both of them hitting? That's the question. Here. What is one wave doing? 21. So 42 is both of them. Yes.
I'm not ready yet.
42 on one of them. That should be 84 on two of them. 84. Okay. So it does. All right. All right. Okay. I don't care about overpowering, obviously. Guess we do Affliction. It sucks so bad where it's like, all right, this is 140% damage multiplier, an entire build around skill, 100% damage multiplier, 40% multi, and another 20% multi, and attack speed, 45%. That's what you get. Everybody else gets that. Pissing me off. What else? Because you also want title. And title did work, right? Is Paladin taking over another season? What does taking over mean in this context? $40. Oh, title doesn't work for it. All you see are paladins? I don't know. I haven't tested the paladin yet. The big thing to keep in mind is if the desired state is that you do not see a majority of a class, that will never not happen. So I would abandon that desire, personally, to be able to reach a more zen state. Because there will always be a majority class. Fuck D4. Yeah, man. What is it like eating one type of food? And when did you find the one food that you were going to eat? Because it's got to be like fairly early on, right? It's got to be like really rough. I also don't like generally walk up to somebody doing something and go like, fuck what you're doing. Dance, monkey. D4 overrated? Oh, it is very much not overrated. It is okay to not like a thing, but be honest about the reality that we all share. D4 is very much not an overrated video game. By any means. I think you might have missed the part where its whole existence. You asked a question though? Yeah, but I think you have like a shitty approach to talking to other people and I don't really want to participate with it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to teach you a lesson where it's like, it's weird to like do that. Do you know what I mean? How old am I? I'm 35 years old. I also played D1 since its release. Does that help you? Also, if you ever have to say serious question after what you're saying, I want you to know, big red flag. Huge, huge red flag. Just that you're aware. But yeah, I've also played all the video games that you believe like allow you to paint the universe around you in this form of elitism. I have proven my mettle. I've done all the hard ones. How exciting are gems? 0%. Gems are not exciting. You know how people are? I don't, but I do know that you got bad vibes. I do know that. Just like, oh man. I don't like chocolate ice cream. I don't go to an ice cream parlor where everybody is generally engaging with the idea of ice cream, but maybe they're eating different kinds of ice cream, and walk up to them and go, chocolate ice cream sucks shit. Talk about the ice cream I like. Oh, man. You hit a chord on this one? Another big red flag. Just in case you're wondering. Yeah, when somebody walks up to you and says, fuck what you're doing, you should be negatively impacted by that because the person is intending to negatively impact you. This is not like a Sherlock Holmes, Einstein, Eureka moment. Maybe just learn how to talk to human beings, especially if you're old enough to have played Diablo 1. Man, you have like a 401k, and I assume can vote. It's weird. It's weird behavior. Did that help? Are you still here? Must be liberal? You think I'm a fucking neolib? What a loser. Let me know when you learn that liberal isn't what you think leftist is, and then let me know when you learn what leftist actually is, and you stop just chain sucking propaganda out of the boot. But yeah, gems, I mean, they're not exciting, right? You like make them and then you put them in and they represent 1% of your damage output. What up, Sean? How we doing? How you doing, Majors? You got one of them boot licking mugs? Probably, yeah. I'm just like, hey, real quick, because I don't assume they're here anymore, because they said the words serious question, huge red flag. They think liberal is leftist, and they think a political ideology is tied to basic human manners. And I love the idea that people who want to simplify the universe down to an American-based two-party system of elected officials are identities, which is just projection, right? But like, imagine that second huge red flag. But imagine talking to the person who, and if I may humble brag real quick, is quite literally famous for speedrunning the game that you're using as the golden standard for something. And wanting to let them know that because you played a video game when the pixels of Indariel's boobs were like the first thing that got you an erection, to a person who also experienced their first erection from the pixels of Indariel's boobs, why that means you can't play other video games. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is that? Like, what is that? How is it, what is it, Wednesday? Is it Thursday? How is that your Thursday? Shows up to D4 stream. Fuck this! Fuck what you're doing! Ever have Bailey's from a shoe? Old Greg. One of them bleeding heart liberals. What up, Truck? I've never been to a club where people wee on each other. No, it's gotta be like a Europe thing. This is why I watch your streams. I don't chat much, but I like your personality. I'm glad you like my personality. Thanks for hanging out. I just think people like never learned how to talk to other human beings, and they don't like getting called out for it. And then they have like 3 responses and none of them are introspection. And I think it's okay to just shit on those people. I think that's okay. I think that's kind of fine. I think it's okay to take some time out of your day to mock them. Can we ever trigger this fast enough where you wouldn't use title on it? But yeah, also just to like real quick, in case anybody was aware, liberal doesn't actually mean leftist anymore. Obama was a liberal. Biden was a liberal. Hillary Clinton is a liberal. Like a conservative leaning moderate who is not on the Republican bill, who seeks to maintain the status quo of capitalism and colonialism. That's not actually being a leftist. That's the very funny part. All right, we're talking about politics now. The very funny part about the uneducated masses in the conservative sphere. And if this isn't you, don't get triggered, because if you don't identify as this, I'm not talking about you. But of those who are uneducated about what like political spectrum actually looks like what political ideology spectrum actually looks like, believing that you are a conservative fighting the liberals is funny. Because you're not. Those are your friends. They're moderates. They're neolibs. The leftists Or the evil communists you think that you hate. And like people closer to me were like, I think realistically we'll get to socialism, and that's pretty cool. But like we'll never really get away from capitalism. In case you're wondering, socialism actually isn't anti-capitalism. It's just a transitionary point from capitalism to communism, but like whatever. And then like anarchist. And it's just like, imagine thinking that as a conservative, you are fighting liberals. That's funny. It's ironic and it's funny in a way that is funny. That's it. Hey, hope you're doing well, Trav. And you too, Brian. But like, you know, both of you. I feel like I talk to you more. Ever bother getting into politics? Sure. You know, I very much enjoyed the privilege of like not having to be particularly like engaged with politics in a very long time. For the majority of my life, like I never really had to like learn what my ideologies were and what I was voting for so much. Also being in Massachusetts, what I vote for, at least as far as the president is concerned, like kind of doesn't matter. But you should vote anyways, because you also get to vote on like bills and stuff like that, right? Like what they're going to put forth to Congress and try to pass. But I no longer really have that privilege. I don't really think any of us really have that privilege, but I get not being at that point yet. Like I'm not one person to be like, no, actually, I hate you because you're not engaging enough. I would like for people to be more engaged because I think a lot's going on, and if you aren't engaged enough, you don't know. And when things are happening that you don't know, you're disempowered. And I think that the entire, you know, the whole idea of the propaganda and the promise of being politically engaged is that you get to impact these outcomes, and it's getting like less and less true. And the less that we're engaged, the easier it is for people in power to make it less and less true every day. And that's like a scary concept for me. And like the way I end my streams isn't bullshit. Like it's sincerely not bullshit. I actually don't think that there's this like cultural war between progressives and conservatives. That's not really true. I think most people are just average people who mostly just want to get left the fuck alone and would like to pay a little bit less money for stuff and would like to feel represented. And all of that like culture war nonsense is just really, really, really good, easily marketable propaganda. And you really don't like the other people, the people you've lived around for the past 10 years, you all really do care mostly about the same stuff. And then we just get told that we care about other shit that we don't. Because it's a really, really good tool for keeping people disengaged from one another and instead believing that they have an enemy which they are protecting themselves against. It's one of the most like basic human motivations is the preservation of self. That's not bullshit. Like me saying that at the end of every stream isn't bullshit. It's so important. It's so real. I do hope that more people can see that. Like, are there people out there like right now going, I want to suck fascist boot and I think authoritarianism is the truth? Absolutely. Absolutely. There are people out there that think a lot of very wild stuff. They are such a hyper minority that is so wildly over amplified by fucking actually garbage news outlets that aren't even really news to make you think they're like out there in droves. To help other people feel like they can tack onto that, or that they will be ostracized if they do not demand that that thing go away. Because people are so afraid of losing where they are in their status, but they don't have it. The fucking billionaires have it. None of us have that status. It's just the fucking billionaires. So there isn't a status for you to lose. You're just working class, and we are just all together. One big fucking happy family that doesn't fully agree about some stuff. Yeah. That's all I got. I don't know why I'm in the Paragon right now. All right, I need to take a reset. What am I now trying to do? Do I need to test any other mechanics? I do not. So what boards am I using and what am I doing? That can be Scourge. I want to use Wither. Frailty will be Desecration. Desecration is a willpower node, correct? It is. Okay. So then it's Wither, Flesh Eater. Blood begets blood. What kind of board is blood begets blood? Necro. Blood begets blood is also willpower, but frailty is better willpower. So it's a really good dex board. We don't really want dex though, right? We want Scourge, Desecration, Abyssal. Okay, Flesh Eater, blood begets blood. Wither, frailty. That means Abyssal. Scourge. Desecration. Oh, that's something I need to test. Okay, so this is a story all about how. $24. I need to do this better. That's 72. How did I ever do less than that? Right, because I don't need to activate damage while fortified to get this multiplier. $72.4. $72.4. So that doesn't work for it either. Ugh. But Blood Wave deals double damage does. There are 53 offensive aspects. Didn't I put a shield in here? Am I crazy? There it is. Aaron, are you here? So, the thing I was thinking of is that to answer your question, I can do the manual labor. It seems like that would come up in attempting to determine the issue. So a little bit of doubled up work. But there are 53 offensive aspects in the pool. And there are only 44 available for shields. So I could go through and cross-reference both of them, if that would be the most helpful. But it's like a fifth of them. What up, Sarah? Okay. Thank you for following up. Yeah, we're doing poop wave, baby. So, Sara, the things I've double checked. Blood wave deals double damage does work. The multi on blood wave doesn't work. The title multi doesn't work. So par for the course? Yes, exactly. Okay. So we got all that. Then I think, yeah, we're just scaling dot damage and shadow damage. And I do think you use title. And then we see how good it is at resetting its own cooldown and how much cooldown reduction we need. Oh, does Bloodless Scream work for it? Bloodless Scream's darkness skills make this do 3x damage. Like, you know that it increases the desecrated ground damage. The desecrated ground is considered a darkness skill application. In season 11. Does that make this the best? No, because you want... Well, I mean, it's not bad, but you want ultimate shadow on your weapon. Yeah. It turns out doubling the base damage of an effect is just very strong. Okay. Alright. Let me get up real quick. I clearly need to eat more food. I'm dizzy. So let me get up real quick. I'll throw on ads now so we're not interrupted later. And then we will gear up and put together Poop Wave. And play some... I haven't done this at... Rax logged in? Oh. That's my boy. Plus finality in which way? What does finality mean? Oh, the temper. You lose the temper. Gotcha. I thought you were trying to say that was another thing which didn't function, which wouldn't make sense because it's a generic multi triggered by casting the ult. But I gotcha. Alright, let me get up and stretch and grab some food. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum. What is the thing I'm trying to do? Run fucking ads so we don't see them later. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. I will be right back. Okay. We're back. So I'm going to need better Kesemes. What up, Joe Breeze? Was going to be a Necro meta? We'll have to see what happens in the PTR changes. Bloodwave, Golem, and Shadowblight all seem very strong. You hear mages? I have seen you type those words. I don't know where 115 is coming from, because mages did not get anything special in this patch, and they already didn't do that last season, but who knows? $110? I could believe 110. Like, the strongest builds that we have currently are like barely doing 113. But like the difference between 110 and 115 is like insane. It's like 8x damage. What did you discover? Super fun. Are you all ready? For me farming for Kesemes. I'm very excited. Oh, interesting. Yeah. What necro build am I looking forward to building and seeing the changes in when LOH launches? I don't even think this game looks the same when LOH launches, but I'm hoping that it's just that all, oh no. I hope it's just that all things are viable. Like, sorry, viable as to mean have sufficiently powerful build pads where you feel like you have gotten something for your investment. Do I have to pick up 3 pairs of pants? Roadie. Like, I hope I can play a build where I have minions as utility. I hope that I can play a build where I just have warrior minions. I hope I can play a build where Corpse Explosion does anything at all. I hope all the alts do damage. I hope there are more curses and each curse does something interesting. And I don't have a build I'm looking forward to playing because I don't know what builds will look like. Because if it even approaches what the Paladin can do right now, which I assume it does, again, I think that, you know, Paladin is proto new skill rework, then like every skill will be able to turn into a bone skill that does fire damage that, you know, lets me spawn a dragon skeleton or something cool. I think, yeah, I think the game's just going to be too different for me to even imagine what the builds look like. Like, we saw Bone Spear. Bone Spear will be there. Our basic skills will be there. But maybe I can actually build into my basic skills. How fucking Looney Tunes would that be? That'd be amazing. Having to pick up 3 different pairs of pants is, like, not worth this. This is not worth it to me. This is sincerely not worth testing, because I don't want to do this. Wowie. When it's your job to do this, like, we need some help. I wonder, oh, that can't be true, right? Hold on, let me look at that again. Kendrick had a dream. Huh. So unique aspect floors are meant to have like tiered floors where if you have a 4 GA unique, you're much more likely to see well, you will get a minimum power of that floor and you're more likely to have, you know, outcomes that are closer to perfect. I wonder if the GA on the Bloodied Affix has both, one, change this structure to be 5 floors as opposed to 4, or if getting one of your GAs on that affix isn't increasing the expected minimum power of aspects. I've gotten a 1200 kill streak, and people have gotten up to like 5k doing like PvP zone farming. And when you get there, it says fresh meat. Or no, 9k. And if you get to 9,000, it says fresh meat instead. Woody has a video up on it. Also, you know how they said Butcher Lair boss, but none of us have fought one yet? That's interesting. It like very clearly says Butcher Lair boss, but I have not found a Butcher sigil. So I'm wondering how we do that. Also, bring back Asmodan as a boss. Don't get rid of him. Oh, actually, is Asmodan permanently in the world boss rotation? That would actually be sick. Is that true? I don't know. Do we get world bosses here? I guess we do. Pick up 4 GA Nas. You don't know that these are Nas. These could be anything. What are these? Crew Wars Embrace, baby. Okay. Kinda good enough? Oh, but testing this is going to be really hard because it's going to show like ridiculous maximum life. Oh, here we go. Great. Martin had a dream. Kendrick had a dream. I'd like to know how long it takes for you guys to get from 1 to 60 at season start, if that's okay. Like 2 hours. 2 to 3 hours. I play pretty casually, so it takes me like 4 hours probably. But all you have to do is the Vessel of Hatred campaign quest. And you'd be there in 2 hours. Oh. Well.
Not bad.
Oh, good enough. Kendrick had a dream. You switch difficulty? I don't know, actually. I don't use the campaign leveling, but we have a leveling guide on Max Roll. You can go read up on it. And I kept the world for 72 hours. Yeah, I would really recommend checking out our leveling guide on Max Roll. I am not a leveling person. Like, I'm not like a... I'm a D2 speedrunner. I'm not a D4 speedrunner. I just play the game. But I would highly recommend checking out that resource. Where is my lady? Oh, that was weird. Huh. Oh, I do want cooldown reduction on it, don't I? Ugh. This sucks. Doing this sucks.
Magic in that one.
It's very unfun to do this. And it sucks. Ba-bum bum bum. This is good enough. Do 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 do. Ba do 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 do. What up, Artie? How is PTR? PTR is good. Good enough. A doody doo, a doody doo, a doody dee doo, a doody dee doo dee doo. No, these PTRs are open. You just swap your BattleNet client down to PTR, and then you install it and you run it. Boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo-doo. Then I need an axe. Dancing and prancing and doing the stuff. And the doing all of the stuff. Doing all of the stuff. Doing some stuff. And then you're doing some stuff and stuff. Doing some stuff when you're doing the stuff. That's the stuff you're doing stuff. It's the right time to do some stuff, some stuff. Jingle bell time is a swell time. Oh, and then doing some stuff. Then I'm all doing some stuff. Wait, where's my masterwork? Great.
Until spring.
Hold on.
Need something for it? That there is worth the price.
I got scammed.
I can take common, turn it special.
I got scammed. Can I reproduce this? Hold on. I mean, it's any stat, right? It's whatever I masterwork.
Not bad.
Also, since when can we masterwork without tempering?
Come back if you need work.
Has that been a thing? I did not know that. You always masterwork without tempering? What do you mean? There's tons of scenarios where you want to capstone on the temper. There are plenty of scenarios where you want it on the temper. So this is masterworked, right? And now it's not. That's just plus 25% on order. Be what, 35, something like this? The enchanter is stealing our masterwork capstones. Have you found any good loot during the progression period in PTR? I have not leveled in the PTR. Oh, Sika. That's a word. Bro, I've been scammed. All right, man. Fucking cool. Cool story, bro. All right, pretty chill, I'd say. Everybody likes that. The Infernal Horde seems like a really good place to level up because you keep getting kill streak bonus experience, and killing the Butcher gets a lot of experience. You show us on the doll where the enchanted scammed you? I can right here. This is a masterworked weapon. It does not have any masterworked affixes. Or any capstoned affixes. Okay. And then this is Dam. This is Ultimate Shadow. This is Tidal. This is a Sacrificial. This is... Do I need Fast Blood? I'm going to put Fast Blood on. Whether or not I need it is it's Cursed Aura. What are we doing, boss? Yingle bell, yingle bell, yingle bell, yingle bell, yingle bell, yingle bell, yingle bell. A yingle bell and a yingle bell. That's a yingle bell, yingle bell. The blood lair sigils, like the lair bosses? Yeah, I dropped like 8 items, something like that. Are you talking about lair bosses, or there are many bloody sigils? Yeah, so there's a bloody sigil for like everything. There's bloody Nightmare Dungeon sigils, there's lair boss sigils, there's Undercity sigils. Or are you just talking about Nightmare Dungeons? Because there's one for like all activities, basically. Lair bosses. You dropped 1 item killing a lair boss in Torment 1? That seems very wrong. Of snow in the blizzard that just swept Denmark? Oof. Oofa doofa. Oh, no. Oh, no. So I needed to rotate this. Let me remove a single board. Have a good one. What is that? 2 points. Is that worth? I did watch some of Nightmare Before Christmas on my recent trip. That's a great movie, man. Okay, there we go. We got a whole thing going here. So for tempering, how do I generate resource? I guess via that.
Unexpected.
Making money, dude. Yeah, man. Sure. And then, oh, we get to use Zan. Everybody loves Zan. Am I high? Oh, Zan's magic. You're so right. Zan. Zan Cax isn't actually good, right? They take like longer than a second to roll out. Is this still Ahu Cax? And then it's like Zan. Maybe something like that? Who knows?
I cannot choose that.
Who knows? Nobody's quite sure. Nobody actually nobody could answer this question. It's a question which doesn't have an answer. That's how powerful it is. Yeah, a lot of people know that. Negative 14C? That's got to be close to like 5 degrees? How much is... The moment that it gets into... Bro, I was right on. It is. It's like 5 degrees. It's like 4.5. No, it's like 4? No, it's 6. Like 7 degrees. 6.5. So around 6 or 7 degrees. Oh, yeah, no, I would not want to be outside in single digit weather, for sure.
We've all got our secrets, Subo.
I'll watch your back.
That would be a no bueno from me, boss.
Some help.
That was fun.
We need others to stand with us.
Okay, let's see. Cracking out the old controller. We are 3.5 hours in. I am going to click buttons for the first time. That's a successful stream, baby.
I hope whatever's here puts up a good fight.
I need more time. I need more time. I have no potions. I need more essence. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I'm very
I do not have any potions.
Very unimpressed with this stamina.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm low on essence.
I would like to leave this pit, please. If I could, if I may. These monsters cannot kill me. I need more monsters. Thank you. Back to my little cubby hole. Back to my little cubby hole.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more essence. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I lack the required essence. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
That's like really bad damage. Huh. Why is it very bad damage? Probably have to run another damage aspect over Fast Blood, which makes sense. Oh, this is just like a lot worse than I thought it would be. Wonder what it looks like at like 100. I say. My God, why does scroll bar not work?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I lack the required essence. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more essence. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, buddy.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm out of essence. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm out of essence. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Oh, you know what I finally watched? Which I'd meant to watch. Brennan Lee Mulligan.
I'm not ready yet.
Very good boy, I would like to know. Was on the podcast that Hassan Piker does.
I need more time.
It was hilarious watching Brennan Lee Mulligan talk to just dude bros. Very representative dude bros, but just dude bros.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Who can stand against you?
This sucks.
Me at your
This
side.
is like very bad damage, huh? I was not expecting that. Like Blight does better than that. Yeah, Brennan Lee Mulligan was on Hassan Piker's podcast, where it's like Hassan Piker, some dude bro, and some gay dude bro. And they both like kind of were talking about current events, kind of were talking about politics, kind of talking about ideology, and also just kind of laughing in a room together for a while. It was a very good watch. This was very bad. Huh. Well, that sucks. Poop wave is bad. Highest tick was like 32 billion. And like, I'm missing a lot of damage, but this maybe gets up to 100 billion at like the top end of ticks. That's just kind of not good enough. It's like good enough for like 105. But it's like all the problems of regular Blood Wave, but none of the damage output. That's not great. So do I want to put together feedback for Necro? Sora, what are the chances you're going to have Surge and Lance done, like, hypothesized for clear tonight? Or do you need me to check them out? The reason why I ask is I would like to put out, like, a here's what we got from the PTR type vid. I know you'll eventually get to it, but I'm just trying to figure out my own schedule. No, don't push. I didn't push. I took a 105, felt while doing it if it felt good or not, and then did some math. I'm looking for estimates, not exact numbers. Okay. Then, would it be better to have a one-hander and an offhand? Not really. So the big thing is that putting Ultimate Shadow onto a two... So the value of putting Ultimate Shadow onto a two-hander is different than the math that you would typically do for, like, just two different aspects. Well, the math is the same, but it's not as cut and dry. So by doubling the value of the base damage of the effect by putting it onto a two-hander, you outperform nearly any other combination of numbers that you could possibly get. So, like, if you think about it this way, what is stronger? This aspect plus a 50% bonus, or doubling this aspect? Because doubling this aspect doubles the base damage of the effect. So So there's almost no universe where doing it any other way actually nets you more damage. And in this specific example, it does not. Ugh. Because the other aspect that you would add would already need to be as strong as the aspects which we already use. And somehow outperform doubling the base damage. Because doubling a multiplier doesn't actually get you double the effect. So if you have a 50% multiplier and you put it onto a two-hander, you now have a 100% damage multiplier, which is a difference of a 2 versus a 1.5. This aspect, when put onto a two-hander, doubles its damage. So you get the full 100% increase value comparing the two things, because you typically do 100% of your damage, and now you do 200% of your damage. Hey! 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 What is this transmog? What is this transmog? What is it? What is this Sauron from Lord of the Rings looking Necromancer? In the darkness bind them, in the lands of Mordor where the shadows lie. Oh, also, you do need to test without this effect on. Like, this is granting completely unrealistic expectations of survivability. So, like, please do not generate numbers based off the idea that this will work like this, and also that the build can survive with that. Liquor step! Now I know you're trolling. Is this the amulet you gave me that number with? What are you... Why are y'all sweating like this? Have you seen my amulet, brother? Brother, I've used this amulet for every build. Y'all too sweaty. Back when y'all were triple masterwork critting in the PTR, absolute lunacy. Absolute lunacy. You are immortal. You only have so many minutes on this planet. You see, Doctor, my boys are sick. You see, Doctor, my boys are sick, Doctor. They got the brain sickness. You see, Doctor, the boys, they're sick. What do you got, Sincero? Now that's an amulet. That's what I'm talking about right there. Fucking life on hit, life on kill, resource cost reduction. Your all resistance is increased by a 201% while in Arbiter farm. What are we doing, boss? What is that, boss? Ooh. Thank you for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully a darkness will stay redeemed. What do you got on, Vonda? You're not gonna re-roll that life on hit? Damn. Bousy. Dude, Vonda, the eye makeup goes crazy though. Belial Barf. Sunbirds Gorget. That's just not what Gorget means though. Hey, amulets are not gorgets. Hey, gorget is armor for your neck. This is a talisman. This is a curio. Hey, how long y'all let them get away calling this thing a gorget? Can a gorget be an amulet? I don't think so, boss. Oh, a gorget comes from... Wait, hold on. Gorget etymology. Huh. All right, now we're learning. Flashbang. This is a hat? Sir, that is a shirt on your head. A gorget has never been a necklace. Fuck. Goddamn Irish. Damn it. It was jewelry. Goddamn Irish. Well, hold on. So this is jewelry, sure, but it's still the thing. Like, this is a talisman on a string. And the people of Nahantu wear this type of jewelry. All right, hold on. Now we're investigating. Also refers to pre-contact. Well, okay, so here's my problem, though. Native Americans would not have called them gorget. They would not be using an old French term. That would be what white people said when they looked at them. But see, like, this is a gorget. Well, no, actually, this is a mantle. That's more of a gorget there. Actually, it's really hard to see that. No, that's actually a tattoo underneath a thin ring. We explore if necklaces are necklaces. It was a pendant. It wasn't a gorget. And if we are going to say, well, actually, this was a term used for the necklaces worn by Native Americans, that is explicitly colonial language. That is explicitly colonizer whitewashing. Because they would never have called it that, because it's not a word to them. That would be what Europeans described them as. So either I'm right or this is racist. And then I'm right. I'll find it. Are any of these people... The art for them has shown this. A gorget has never been a small fetish pendant on a string. Like this, this is a gorget. Also, is this lady a redhead? That's baller. That's a gorget. If we're gonna call it that, which we shouldn't, because they wouldn't call it that. I have a problem with calling it a gorget. And I think that problem is warranted. I think that's colonizer speech. What were common Native American terms for a gorget? Yeah, see, they had cool words for these things. Like Choctaw. And I'll do my best. Wisin Oalakan. That's cool. You can put whatever you want on a gorget. And the gorget can refer to originally the wrapping around this area that was part of clothing and also part of this weird hat hood that they wore. And then later on, evolved into just what they were describing of the armor pieces, which then evolved into the pageantry of the military, insignia and all of that. That's all fine. Native Americans never called these things gorget. They didn't speak fucking French. They didn't go, oh, I'm making a Gorget over here. Oh, Choctaw. Choctaw is the tribe? It was called a Shaha. Yes, the Choctaw are the tribe. Choctaw. Call them Shaha. And those Wisin Hoalikan. That was Iroquoian. But then you start getting into this, and these were called masquettes. That's French nonsense. No shield in the caches? Ah, interesting. I've just been gambling. See, like, okay, I get it. It's like, what is a Native American gorget? They wouldn't call it that. That's not a term. Gorget is fucking European. They didn't call him that. What did the Chesapeake people call it? What did the Chesapeake tribe call gorget? Roanoke. 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 White shell beads and small pieces of shell, including pendant stripes from quahog shells. They were also called peak, from the Chesapeake region, which spoke Algonquin. I'm learning so much today. And wampum. Shell beads and ornaments used by Algonquin tribes. So, like, this is what I'm saying. These weren't called gorgets to them. We called them gorgets. But why did we call them gorgets? Well, it's just the petite form of throat. So this is probably a generic term which was used for things which adorned the throat and, like, clavicle area. Why does gorget refer to so many things? Yeah, it's just a generalized term for things worn around the throat, and it was contextual. The people of Nahantu in Spiritborn wearing objects they would call gorgets is the language of the oppressor. And I want this out of the fucking game. You know what? I'm boycotting the expansion. I'm boycotting the expansion until anyone takes this as seriously as me.
Excellent fight.
I guess it's time for a recently educated white man to save the day again.
Make something new at peace.
What else do we need to look at on Necro? Is it nothing? Because it feels like nothing. I'm not sure if it is nothing. It feels like nothing. Also, this dude right here is very much the what is it? This guy is this guy. I also like that if you look at this for a little bit too long, they become desynced. I like that they put a little dust cloud here. What's this guy doing? Also, why are you this guy? Y'all think I wouldn't notice? The difference in skin tone is wild. Have you looked at? Have you looked too close at a bunch of these people? This is a white man. This guy's name is Dan. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. This isn't actually that funny. I didn't actually read the character's name. The joke I was about to make is this man's legal name is Daniel. His name is Danilo. This is Daniel. His family immigrated here two generations ago, and we love that for him. I'm glad that he has become part of society. Yapura. So here's my only thing. Why are we specifically sweeping where it is wet? Of all the places to sweep, why where y'all made it wet? Now it's all wet, that's why it's shiny. But this is standing water. Also, are we leaving these footprints? How are footprints being left in the stone? Because this isn't poured concrete. These are laid slabs. To avoid sleeping closer to the feral jungle beasts. How are we leaving footprints in the slabs? The whole game is starting to come apart. We don't know, Barto. I assume it's a bug. Parkour. Parkour. Like parkour. This man is talking to a dog. Oh my god, they're eating alligator out here? Have y'all ever had alligator? Are there alligators in Europe? Y'all got alligators? Well, you're down south. I would have assumed you would have. Hold on, are there alligators in Europe? Y'all got gators in Europe? There are no native alligators or crocodiles in Europe. Huh. That makes sense. Y'all too cold up there. Also, if you type in y'all got gators in Europe? No, there are no native wild alligators or crocodiles in Europe. Why are there no crocodiles in Europe? Y'all got gators in Europe? I love that Google works for an accent I adopted. I like gator. Gator is like if chicken tastes like fish. Or if like white fish. Gator tastes like if white fish had chicken consistency, and I like that. What kind of lizard is this? I never noticed this dude was just straight up butcher cleavering an alligator. Is this a gator or is it a... How do you tell the difference? I thought, do gators have thinner snoots? Oh, how many teeth are shown? Crocodile are longer and pointier, and alligators are shorter and snootier. So this is an alligator.
In the case of nuclear or radiological fallout, people living around potential targets such as military bases and chemical plants may be advised to evacuate. Protection from radioactive fallout will require taking shelter in an underground area or in the middle of a large building.
This is an alligator. Chopping up an alligator. Have y'all ever seen the YouTuber Any Austin? Makes such great videos as what is the unemployment rate in Red Dead Redemption 2? Oh, we have another sick guy over here. Oh, right, because a bunch of people are sick in this city. That's like part of the story. I like him. What's this guy doing? A traveling sorcerer. There's just a lot of sick people over. I gotta get away from here.
Who are these? There's been more foreigners seen in these parts with suited armor and charred skin.
That's rumor talk if you didn't see it for yourself.
I mean, accurate, but Where does this water flow from? Isn't this like a very high point? Where does this aqueduct come from? I was testing necro builds. Well, now I'm doing this. Oh, why don't we ever go down here? Where does this go? Why don't we ever go down here? That's where the expansion is. What if the D2R update is just a collab with D4 and they put Radamant down here? Also, I've now tested all the necro builds I need to test, and the idea of motivating to then go over to Paladin today is like giving my heart anxiety. So
I overheard my Lolo once say, bargains with demons are a one-sided dance. You think you dance together, but with every deal there will be an invisible string drawn from you to the demon. A master puppeteer. I overheard my Lolo once say, bargains with demons are a one-sided dance. You think you dance together, but with every deal there will be an invisible string drawn from you to the demon. A master puppeteer.
what person in Nahantu is making deals with demons enough where they're like, you think you could keep making deals, but more than 2 and you're screwed? What? What are we talking about? Who's out here making demon deals that needs to tell their grandchildren to not make too many? What does that mean? I haven't looked at this game enough. My boy Ormus.
Stranger, watch your tongue.
Calm yourself, Iso. Ormus isn't some fledgling to be cupped in your hands. You speak to Ormus, stranger, but not Ormus alone. Sometimes he shares his voice with others. At this moment, you also speak to Adasha, the first breather. She greets you.
How dare you speak her name?
You've betrayed the Council's trust.
You are not at fault. Ormus sees that. But Maka was singular among us. To lose her is to lose our heart, and we must grieve.
Disgraceful.
Eru has made a terrible mistake. A mistake Ormus understands, but a mistake nonetheless. If he ever returns to us, he will be punished.
He deserves death.
He deserves to make amends. It's what Akarat would want for him.
Huh. Also, yeah, please do give me Durance. Oh, we have to go into the Durance of Hate. There's no way we don't. There's no way he's not like, I have to return to my seat of power. What is this? A bird just... Okay, a bird did just fly out of here. I assume over to here to, like, load? I wonder if this is part of the cow level as well, because we know that by like flipping the coin into water, like you get different effects, and if this is instead telling us that we need to use the coin somewhere else. But I haven't followed up with the there's just ravens all over this place. Ravens definitely wouldn't be native to Nahatu. Does the tree just have ravens everywhere? That like, damn. Ma'am. Ma'am. Does the tree just have ravens everywhere and I just have never noticed them? Hello, big mouse. Hello, sir. Aren't you an exceptionally large rodent? I mean, it's a rat. Get him. Get him. Alcor, get him. Alcor. Alcor, you're a terrible mouser. Buddy, get him. The mouse does try to run away from you. Huh. That's cool. Hey, so what are you doing? Sir, that is not a way to exfoliate. Oh, can I say hello to the mouse?
Hello. Greetings. Greetings. Hello.
It appears no. What are we doing in here? Any shady business? What are you selling? A baby? Are you gonna... Are you get... First off, sir, get away from the baby. Don't be sick near the baby. Are you gonna... These are clearly butchers. Like, this person's working on meat. That's a frog. These are frog legs. Ooh. Oh, I don't like that.
Hear your voice, Master. Has the time truly come for our order to return to Necropolis?
No, sis.
There's news about the Khazra that killed Poiteyaka and Balam.
Were you not gathering some folks together to kill it?
That was my plan, but something got the goatman first. Only things remaining were blood and bones. Never seen anything like it.
Checking out bows. Makes sense. I'm just saying, when's the last time you like looked around Nahatu and just kind of stopped and smelled the flowers?
Told me she spotted a creature in the goats yesterday. The way she described it, I can only imagine it's the one that eats goats.
That's Saksupa. I figured it was just some folktale of a dog creature.
You might think it's just a story, but I'm determined to prove the jungle legend exists.
Well, I admire the dedication, friend.
Nice. We got Chupacabra out here. Hey, man. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, man. All right. I'll leave you to it. Huh. All right. Well, we looked through all of the Kurast Bazaar. Now it's time to go to the 5 Hills. No, I'm joking. My major issue is I started stream a little bit late. And it was mostly because I kind of feel like shit. Oh. So I think I might just call it early. We might just hit the Paladin tomorrow fresh. Oh. Oh. And tomorrow we're doing like all Paladin all day, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm very out of it. I'm very out of it, and it's okay to not be okay. I know you. Why are all the people? Why am I seeing coding? Oh shit! Rax is playing Burning Crusade. Let's go, baby. I guess we're going to Woody. Yeah, I'm just going to try to get to sleep early tonight. Like, I keep telling myself that, and I keep not doing it, but I'm going to try my best. And then, just hit tomorrow pretty hard, and then, yeah, I don't know, start doing, like, PTR analysis on the different setups, come up with necro feedback. Maybe some Paladin feedback. And then put that out. And then wait until the 11th, I guess. Alright, let's go hang out with Woody. Give Woody some love. Alrighty, y'all. That's going to do it for me. Sorry this wasn't the longest stream. And also we just kind of walked around Nahantu doing nothing for a little bit. But damn it, I wanted to do it. But I appreciate y'all being here. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun, krap, sawadi, gute nacht. Hasta mañana. Like I said, we're going to hit the Paladin tomorrow. I want to try out Thorns. I want to try out Oridon. And I want to try out Zealot. And then we can start putting together our feedback. Get the numbers from the boys for the other Necro builds. Get an idea of what the Necro meta is looking like post PTR changes. Then we'll be able to do good analysis after that. I should probably also do a retrospective on Season 11. I think people kind of liked that video. So maybe we'll see that after. Because we have a couple days to kill before we get to next week. But just remember, there's no such thing as left versus right. That's a psyop. That's what media wants you to believe in, so that they'll keep us fighting. The working class needs to stick together. You and I have so much more in common, even if you think that we're ideologically different. We're really not. We're just humans that want people to keep the fuck out of our lives and also to be respected. So try to treat people with respect, be a little bit more patient, a little bit more understanding, show a little bit more love. I'll see you all again. Fuck ICE. Bye-bye.